Okay, Putin. Okay, now recording is on. Okay, good morning everyone. Again, hi. Actually, as there are new student and some students missed the class in last week. Therefore, I will explain the thing again. I will explain the thing again. Otherwise, you won't be able to understand what I am discussing now. Okay? Okay. Now, please listen to me very carefully. Because this is very, very important lesson. Very, very important lesson means I'm going to teach all about graph. All about graph means this is not only a motion graph. You can apply this knowledge into any kind of graph. Therefore, please listen to this very carefully because this knowledge is mandatory for physics. And so not only for linear motion, not only for linear motion, this is a mandatory requirement for physics. Therefore, please listen to me very carefully. This is about graphs. So, what is a graph? So, what is a graph? What is a graph? What is the simple meaning of graph? What is the simple meaning of graph? Atafa? Saranya? Simple meaning?
Representation of the number in the picture form.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is a kind of it is a kind of representation. No, actually, it is a kind of drawing. It is a kind of drawing which is drawn on the Cartesian plane. No, you know, graph. Normally, graph is represented through a Cartesian plane. Therefore, it is some kind of drawing. It is some kind of drawing which is drawn in the Cartesian plane. Okay. Therefore, when you are drawing a graph, as I told you earlier, you have to decide two things. You have to decide mainly two things. Because if you consider about Cartesian plane, if you consider about Cartesian plane, the Cartesian plane can be divided into four segments, four rooms, no? So we have named them as first quadrant, second quadrant, third quadrant, and fourth quadrant. Therefore, if we consider about Cartesian plane, there are four regions. Therefore, when you are drawing a graph, the first thing you have to decide, what is the region? What is the region? Where are you going to draw this graph? You draw this drawing. The first thing you have to decide what is the correct region, because that portion of the graph may be in the first quadrant. Sometimes they may be some portion of the graph may be in the second quadrant or third quadrant or fourth quadrant. Therefore, the first thing you have to decide the place you are going to draw this drawing. The place mean Pute, what is the quadrant? What is the quadrant of this graph? How to decide that thing? Now tell me, how to decide the quadrant? How to decide the one? Right, okay. How to decide the quantity? Deciding quant? How to decide? Yes. It can be decided according to the positive or negativeness of x and y, no? X and y. In simple words, according to their Cartesian coordinate. According to the Cartesian coordinate on the graph. If Cartesian coordinates on the graph, Cartesian coordinate of the points, Cartesian coordinate of the point on the graph, both are positive. If the Cartesian coordinate on the graph, both are positive, then that part of the graph belongs to first quad. Then, if Cartesian coordinate on the graph, if Cartesian coordinate of points on the graph, if you consider Cartesian coordinate, Cartesian coordinate of points on the graph, if the x value is negative, y value is positive, then it belongs to second quadrant. It belongs to second quadrant. First quadrant is x. X is positive, y also positive. Here x is negative, y is positive. Here x is negative, y also negative. Y negative. Here y negative, x positive. Therefore, if we consider about the signs of x and y coordinates, x and y coordinates of the point which are on the graph, then we can decide what is the appropriate Cartesian plane. Plane means what is the appropriate region. Region means quadrant. Okay. Is that clear? If it is clear, please raise the hand there on son. So that is the way of deciding the place you are going to draw this drawing. Now we can simplify. Now we can simplify this into motion graph. So if it is a motion graph, today actually the x-axis is time. So if it is a motion graph, x-axis is time. So you know time cannot be negative. Therefore, if it is a motion graph today, then there are only two quadrants. Either first quadrant or fourth quadrant. Because x cannot be negative. Because in motion graph, time is represented in x-axis. Therefore, time cannot be negative. Therefore, these two regions will not be exist. Okay. Therefore, if we when it comes to motion graph, the work is very easy. Means we have to decide only two quadrants. Either y is positive or negative. And so this is very, very easy now. That suppose now if you represent displacement, in y-axis, you have to decide whether the displacement is positive or not. If the displacement is positive, you have to mark that portion of graph on the upper portion of first column. If the displacement is negative, you have to mark it in the negative region. When it comes to velocity time graph, Pute, y-axis, velocity is represented by the y-axis. Therefore, when the velocity is positive, you can represent it in the first quadrant. If it is negative, you can represent it in the fourth quadrant. Is that clear? පැහැදිලිද? අපි ඒක කතා කරා නේද? No. හරි. අපි ඊට පස්සේ ඩිස්ක්‍රිප්ටිව් විදිහට කතා කරේ නැහැ. කතා කරන්නේ ඊට පස්සේ අපි මේ එක එක motion graphs වලට ආවට පස්සේ අපි ඒක කතා කරමු. හරි. හරි. Now, then, once you decide the location, where you're going to draw the graph, Puti, after that you have to decide the shape of the graph. That's all. You have to decide the location and the shape only. So if you can decide the graph should be drawn on the first quadrant, then you have to decide the shape. So if you know the location or place where you are going to draw and the shape, if you can decide the place and the shape, Puti, you can easily draw the graph. Right? So that's why I have told you how to decide the place. So deciding of the place depends on Cartesian coordinates of the point on the graph. And depending on those Cartesian coordinates, then we can decide the location. Then, how to decide the shape, Puti? How to decide the shape? As I told you earlier, Puti, there are only 8 shapes, Puti. There are only 8 shapes. Have the 8 shapes? So look, 6 shapes are imaginary. Right? There are only 8 shapes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Other one is this one. Other one is perpendicular. Those two are some special cases. But the other parts, if you consider all together, those are the only shapes we have. And so we can divide, or we can divide a graph into those shapes. The graph shape we can divide the graph into those kind of shapes. Therefore, actually there are only 8 shapes for graphs. Therefore, if you can decide or if you can understand those 8 shapes, no need to worry about any kind of graph. As I told you earlier, the shape of the graph depends on the gradient. It is dependent on the gradient. Then we have defined what is gradient and what is the definition of gradient. Then we have defined, or we have discussed how it is, how can it vary, and how to decide their variation. Okay. We have decided that the මං ආසලක පොඩ්ඩක් මතක් කරන්න මොකද ඒක ටිකක් කතන්දරයක් තියෙන තරම්. හරි. Okay. Now tell me. What is the definition of gradient? What is the definition of gradient? අපි ඒක කතා කරේ. What is the definition of gradient? Suppose this is a graph. Now this is a graph. What is the definition of gradient? Latafa? Saranga? What is the definition of gradient? Paggalya. It's better to discuss on it. So what is the definition of gradient? What is the definition of gradient? Gradient means gradient can be varied. Gradient can be varied point to point. Point to point it can be varied. Therefore, normally we define the gradient for a particular point. So when we are so when we are defining the gradient first you have to draw a tangent. You have to draw a tangent to the graph. You have to draw a tangent to the graph at that particular point. Suppose you need to find the gradient at point P. If you want to find the gradient at point P, first you have to draw a tangent to the graph at point P. Tangent. So once you draw the tangent to graph, you have to extend that thing until the x-axis. So if you extend the tangent up to x-axis, then you have to take the intersection point. Then you have to measure or you have to take the angle. You have to take the angle tangent creates with the positive x direction. Positive x direction. Positive x direction. Positive x direction. Therefore, once you take the angle that makes the angle between the tangent to that particular point and the positive x direction, you have to take the tan value of this angle. Okay. So positive x direction means suppose this is x-axis and suppose this is a line. Positive x direction means once you take the intersection point, the right hand side is the positive x direction. Right hand side, this side. You know this side is a positive. Okay. Therefore, positive x direction means the right side from this intersection point. Right side from this intersection point. Therefore, you have to measure this angle, always this angle. Always this angle. So, if you draw tangent to the particular point and take this angle, you have to take the tan value. The gradient of the graph at point P is represented by puthe m. M is gradient. So you know this equation y equal mx plus c. You know this one? So this is gradient. Therefore, symbolic representation of gradient is simple m. Simple m. And so gradient, the gradient at point P. The gradient at point P can be written as like this. So that is equal to tan theta. Tan theta. Therefore, gradient of a graph means gradient of a graph at a particular point means that is the tan value of the angle between the tangent to that particular point and the positive x direction. Therefore, gradient is the tan value of the angle between the tangent at the particular point and the positive x direction. Is that clear? If you got that explanation, please raise the hand. If you got that explanation, please raise the hand. දැන් බලා ගන්න මේ නෝට් එක ලියා ගන්න බැරි වෙච්ච කට්ටිය linear motion පළවෙනි sections වල හිටපු නැති කට්ටිය පොඩ්ඩක් ඒකට ස්පේස් එකක් තියන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ ලියන්න වෙනම ඉඩක් ඉතුරු කරගන්න පුතේ. ඒට අමතරව නැත්නම් අද ඔයගොල්ලෝ වෙනම රෆ් ෂීට් එක ලියාගෙන ඊට පස්සේ සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම ඒ රෙකෝඩින්ග්ස් ටික බලාගෙන නෝට් එක කම්ප්ලීට් කරගන්න. නෝට් එක කම්ප්ලීට් කරගන්න linear motions වල. මොකද දැන් මේ අද මම කතා කරන්නේ මේ අපි මේ ටික ඉස්සතිය අපි last week කතා කරා. last week කතා කරපු ටික තමයි මේ ආසරක මේ කතා කරන්නේ. මේ last week කියලා කියන්නේ last week එක අපි තනි කරම කරේ මේ vector lesson එක. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි classes තුනේම කරේ vector lesson එක. ඊට කලින් week එකේ තමයි මේ කතා කරේ. මේ මොකද්ද ඒක අනිවාර්යෙන් බලා ගන්න. ඊළඟට නෝට් එක අනිවාර්යෙන් කම්ප්ලීට් කරලා තියෙන්න. නෝට් එක අනිවාර්යෙන් කම්ප්ලීට් කරලා තියෙන්න. මට නෝට් එක එවන ළමයි කීප දෙනෙක් ඉතල මම ගමනුත් එයාගේ නෝට් එක බැලුවේ. මම හැම වෙලේම කියන්නේ මම නෝට් එක එවන්න. ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ නෝට් එක ලියාගත්තට පස්සේ නෝට් එක එවන්න මට බලන්න. මොකද ඔයගොල්ලෝ මොනවද ලියනවද මම දන්නේ නැහැ. හරිද? ඒක මට අනිවාර්යෙන් ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ විරුද්ධ කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒක නිසා ඒකට පොඩ්ඩක් ඒ කියන දේ පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න. නෝට් එක එවන්න. බලන්න. මොකද නැත්තම් අන්තිමට ගියාට පස්සේ මොනවා ලියාගෙන දන්නේ නැහැ උන්. හරිද? මේක ලියාගත්ත දේ වැරදුනොත් එහෙම මේක ෆිසිකල් ක්ලාස් එකක් නෙවෙයි මොකද ඒක ඔන්ලයින් ක්ලාස් එකක්. ඕගොල්ලෝ ලියාගත්ත දේ මට පේන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක ෆිසිකල් ක්ලාස් එකක් නම් මට මොනවද ලියන්නේ කියලා බලන්න පුළුවන්. හරි. හැබැයි ඔන්ලයින් ක්ලාස් එක බලන්න බෑ. ඊළඟට ඕගොල්ලෝ නෝට් එක පාඩම් කරන්න එක්සෑම් ලඟ වෙනකොට එක්සෑම් ලඟ වෙනකොට ඔය නෝට් එකේ මොනවා හරි අඩුපාඩු තිබ්බොත් එහෙම ඕගොල්ලෝ බොරු තමයි පාඩම් කරන්නේ ඊට පස්සේ. හරි. ඊට පස්සේ අන්තිමට ඕගොල්ලෝ කොහේ නවතිද ඕගොල්ලෝ දන්නේ නැහැ. හරි. ඒකයි මම කියන්නේ අනිවාර්යෙන් මට රිවිව් කරන්න නෝට් එක එවන්න. මට රිවිව් කරන්න ඕගොල්ලෝගේ හෝම්වර්ක්ස් ටික එවන්න. හරි. ඒ 100% අරගන්න ක්ලාස් එකකට එනකොට 100% අරගන්න. මේ ක්ලාස් එක ගන්න තියෙන 100% ගන්න. එහෙම නැතුනොත් එහෙම තේරුමක් නැහැ. හරි. ඒ නිසා මතක තියාගන්න මොන දේ වුණත් ඒක අනිවාර්යෙන් කරන්න. ඒක අනිවාර්යෙන් කරන්න. මොකද නැත්තම් මේ දැන් හිතන්නකො මොකක් හරි මිස්ටේක් එකක් වෙලා තියෙනවා කියලා ඔයගොල්ලෝ අති. දැන් ඕගොල්ලන්ට ඊළඟ දැන් හිතන්න දැන් මොන අවුරුද්දක විතර පස්සේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ පාඩම් කරන්න ගන්නවා. පාඩම් කරන්න ගන්නකොට ඕගොල්ලන්ට හරි තේරෙනවා මේකේ මොකක් හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. මෙතන මොකක් හරි ප්‍රොබ්ලමැටික් ඒරියා එකක් තියෙනවා. දැන් ඕගොල්ලෝ ඊට පස්සේ ඔක රෙකෝඩින් එක හොයන්නකො. කොහොමද රෙකෝඩින් හොයන්නේ? ලේසිද? රෙකෝඩින් එකක් හොයනවා කියන එක ලේසි නැහැ. අයි මේ නෝට් එකට රිලටිව් රෙකෝඩින් එක හොයනවා කියන එක ලේසි නෑ. ලේසි නෑ ඒක හොයන්න බෑ ලේසි ඇත්තටම. හරි. ඒ නිසා රෙකෝඩින් ගන්න එක ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. මොකද රෙකෝඩින් ගන්න එක නෙවෙයි. රෙකෝඩින් ගන්න ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. නමුත් නෝට් එක අනිවාර්යෙන් කම්ප්ලීට් කරලා හරි නෝට් එක කම්ප්ලීට් කරලා මට එවන්න රිවිව් කරන්න බලන්න. මොකද ඕගොල්ලෝ පාඩම් කරනකොට පුතේ රෙකෝඩින් බල බල පාඩම් කරන්න යන්න බෑ ඇත්තටම කතා කරලා. හොඳම දේ නෝට් එක හරියට ලියලා නෝට් එක අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් කරගන්න බලන්න. මොකද ඒක මාර ඉෆෙක්ටිව්. මාර ඉෆෙක්ටිව් කියලා කියන්නේ රෙකෝඩින් එක ආයෙ බලුවොත් ඉතින් ආයෙ පාර කර තව ක්ලාස් එකට ගියා වගේ. හරි. එතකොට ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ සෙල්ෆ් ස්ටඩි එකක් එන්නේ නැහැ. මම හැම වෙලේම කියන්නේ ක්ලාස් එක මිස් වුණා නම් රෙකෝඩින් බලන්න. ඒක ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. ක්ලාස් එක මිස් වුණා නම් රෙකෝඩින් බලන්න කිසිම ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. හැබැයි ඕගොල්ලෝ ඉන්න ක්ලාස් එක තියෙනවා. ඕගොල්ලෝ ඉන්න ක්ලාස් එකේ ඕගොල්ලෝ ආපු ක්ලාස් එකේ රෙකෝඩින් එක බලනට වඩා මාරම වර්ත් ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ නෝට් එක ආයෙ පාරක් බලලා තනියම අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් කරගන්න. හරි. මම හැම වෙලේම කියනවා ඕගොල්ලන්ට පෙර ඇති පුතේ මට කරන්න පුළුවන් ගයිඩ් කිරීමක් විතරයි. මට විතරක් නේ හැම ටීචර් කෙනෙක්ම කරන්නේ ගයිඩ් කිරීමක් විතරයි. හරිද? ගයිඩ් කරනවා කියලා කියන එකේ තේරුම ඒක අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් කරගන්න ඕන ඕගොල්ලෝ. හරිද? ඒක නිසා කවුරු මොන බයිලා ගලොත් වැඩක් නෑ පුතේ. ඔයා තනියම ස්ටඩි කරේ නැහැ. අනිවාර්යෙන් ඔයා තනියම ස්ටඩි කරන්නම ඕනි මේක. වෙන යන්න විදියක් ඇත්තෙම නැහැ. හරිද? වෙන යන්න විදියක් ඇත්තෙම නැහැ පුතේ. අර අපි කියනවානේ අපි රස කෑම ගුණ නැහැ ගුණ කෑම රස නැහැ කියලා නේ. රස කෑම ගුණ නැහැ ගුණ කෑම රස නැහැ කියලා. ඒක කෑම මේ කෑම රස නැහැ. හැබැයි ගුණයි. ඒක තමයි තියෙන එකම පාත් එක. හරිද? මේක තමයි තියෙන එකම පාත් එක. මොකද මේ වෙන පාත් නැහැ. ඒ නිසා මතක තියාගන්න ක්ලාස් එක ඕගොල්ලෝ ආපු ක්ලාස් එකක මොකක් හරි වෙලා දැන් ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ ලා මොකක් හරි පව කට්ටයක් වෙලා නැත්නම් සිග්නල් ෆේලියර් එකක් වෙලා ඒ වගේ තැනක තියෙනවා නම් ආයෙත් රෙකෝඩින් එක බලා ගන්න. හැබැයි මං කියන්නේ මාරම වර්ත් රෙකෝඩින් එක බලනට වඩා ඔයා නෝට් එක බලන එක. මොකද එතකොට ඔයා සෙල්ෆ් ස්ටඩි කරනවා. එතනින් තමයි ඔයා සෙල්ෆ් ස්ටඩි කරන්නේ. හරි. නැත්තම් ආයෙ රෙකෝඩින් බලනවා කියලා කියන්නේ ඔයා ආයෙ වෙන ක්ලාස් එකකට ගියා වගේ වැඩක් ඔය කරන්නේ. එතකොට ඔයාට තනියම නැත්තම් සෙල්ෆ් ස්ටඩි කරන්න වෙලාවක් නැහැ. ආයෙ පාරක් මං කියන දේ නහන්නේ. නේද? ආයෙ පාරක් මං කියන දේ නහන්නේ. හරිද? මම ඒක බලන්න එපා කියනවා නෙවෙයි. නමුත් වර්ත් ඒක නෙවෙයි පුතේ නෝට් එක දැන් හොඳටම කම්ප්ලීට් කරගන්න. මේ මම දෙන නෝට් එක එවලි කම්ප්ලීට් කරගන්න. මට ඒක දින මගෙන් ඒක රිවිව් කරගන්න. රිවිව් කරගත්තට පස්සේ නෝට් එකක් හරි ඔයාට ෆුල් කම්ප්ලීට් නෝට් එකක් වාගේ අතේ තියෙනවා. මේ නෝට් එක ඒ කියන්නේ කරෙක්ට් නෝට් එකක් තියෙනවා වාගේ අතේ. එතකොට ඔයා ඒක බලාගත්තට පස්සේ තියෙනවා සෙල්ෆ් ස්ටඩි කරලා අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් කරගන්න එක විතරයි. මොකද ඔයා අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් කරගන්න ඕනේ මේ වැඩි. හරි? දැන් නිකන් හිතන්න මේක ටෙක්නිකල් කතන්දරයක් නෙමෙයි තියෙන්නේ. මේක තනිකරම මේ මැත්ස් වේවා බයෝ වේවා ටෙක්නිකල් කතන්දරයක් තියෙන්නේ. දැන් ඔයා නිකන් හිතන්න ඔය ගැරේජ් එකක් වැඩ කරන ඔය මේ ගැරේජ් එකේ මැකැනික් කෙනෙක්ට හරිද? ගැරේජ් එකේ මැකැනික් කෙනෙක්ට තියරි කියා දුන්නා කියලා වැඩක් තියෙනවද? නැහැ. දැන් ඔයාලා තියරි විතරක් දැනගත්තා කියලා කාර් එකක් ගිහලා හදන්න පුළුවන්ද? ඈ දැන් ඔයාලා රොටේෂන් මෝෂන් කරයි අරව කරයි මේව කරයි කාර් එකක් හදන්න ඕන? බැහැ. ඒ ඔයා එතන ගිහිල්ලා අනිවාර්යෙන් හරියට මේක තේරුම් ගන්න ඕනේ process එක. ඒක අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් කරගන්න තාක් කාල ඔයාට වැඩේ කරන්න බෑ. හරිද? ડોක්ටර් කෙනෙක් වුණත් එහෙම ડોක්ටර් කෙනෙක්ට ගිහිල්ලා ලිරික් මේ ඔපරේට් අර සර්ජරි එකක් කරන්න බෑනේ පුතේ. ඒ සර්ජරි එක කරන්න නම් ඒ තනිකරම එයා ෆුල් අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් එකක් තියෙනවනේ මේ අපේ බොඩි එක ගැන ෆුලි අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් එකක් තියෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් මොකක් අපයිද දන්නේ නැහැ. හරි? ඒක මම කියන්නේ අනිවාර්යෙන් මේ පාත් එක අපි සිලෙක්ට් කරගත්ත මොකක් නිසා මේ පාත් එක සිලෙක්ට් කරගත්තා නම් මේ පාත් එකේ යන්න තියෙන එකම එක විදිය. ඒ තමයි මේ තියරි ටික හරියටම අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් කරගන්න ඕනේ ඔයාම. ඒක මම කියා දෙන්නකොට ඔයාලට තේරෙනවනේ. ඒ තේරිච්ච ටික you have to convert it into your own knowledge. Your own knowledge. And otherwise that knowledge is my knowledge. And ඒක මගේ knowledge එකනේ. And you have to convert it into your knowledge. How to do that? How to do that? කොහොමද ඒක කරන්නේ? The easiest way you can do self-teaching. Self-teaching means, now suppose, now this lesson, now you are going to study about graph. So if you want to study about graph, you can explain that thing. You can explain the thing. This is a graph. This is the way of drawing graph, and this is the parameter that we are going to consider when you are drawing a graph. Likewise, we can explain that thing. We can explain that thing. That is the teaching about it. So when you are doing teaching, means when you are doing self-teaching, sometimes you cannot explain that. Sometimes there may be some theory part you cannot explain very well. So when you are trying to explain that thing, sometimes you cannot do it very well. That means there's a problematic area in the theory part. Because this is self-teaching. Therefore, no need to worry about your teaching ability or other things. Just you need to have understanding only. Because if you have very good understanding, then you can convert into some teaching knowledge. Therefore, that is very easy method. That is very easy method and very effective method. And because from that method, you can understand whether you have very good understanding about that part or not. Because if you cannot explain something, that means you have not understand that part very well. වාර්ඩ් එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරගන්න බෑ කියලා කියන්නේ ඒ පාර්ට් එක අපි දැන් අපි පුතේ ඉඳන් නිකන් හිතන්න අපිට ටීචින් කරන්න බෑනේ අපි මේක තේරුම් ගත්තේ නැත්තම් මේක තේරුම් ගත්තොත් විතර ටීච් කරගන්න පුළුවන් හරි ඒක නිසා අනිවාර්යයෙන් හොඳමද that means that the best evolution method is self-teaching. If you have a brother or sister, you can take the assistant of them, or you can do self-teaching. ඒක මාර effective මාත් ඔය ඒලෝ කරන කාලේ මාත් කරේ එක තමයි නංගි මල්ලි හිටියා මුන්දෙන් අල්ලගෙන මුන්දෙන්ට කියන්නේ මුන්ට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ ඒ දවස්වල 6 ඒ වුණාට අර මේක ෆිසික්ස් වල තමයි වැදගත් වෙන්නේ. අනිත් මේ සබ්ජෙක්ට්ස් වල ලොකු වැදගත් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද එහෙම කරනකොට මාරම විදියට අපි තේරෙනවා මේක මට කියාගන්න බෑ. එහෙනම් මෙතන මොකක් හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. සමහර තීරපාත් තිබ්බ පුතේ දවස් 3-4 අපි හිතුවා. ඒක තේරුම් ගන්න බැරුව දවස් 3-4 මේ try කරමු තීරපාත් තිබ්බා. හරි එහෙම කරලා තමයි තනියම මේක අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් කරගත්තේ. එහෙම නැතුව මතක තියාගන්න එහෙම නැතුව මේ වැඩේ කරන්න බෑ. That is the only way. You have to do self-teaching or something, but you have to understand very well. Understand very well means you should have your own knowledge. You should have your own knowledge regarding every theory part. And හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න. හොඳටම මතක තියාගන්න ඕනේ කියන එක තමයි. ආශ්‍රය කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? රස කෑම ගුණ නැහැ, ගුණ කෑම රස නැහැ. හරි? රස කෑම ගුණ නැහැ, ගුණ කෑම රස නැහැ කියන්නේ ඕක තමයි. ඒ නිසා මේක රස නැහැ. රහක් නැහැ පුතේ. ඒ නිසා ටිකක් තිත්තයි. අපි කියන වගේ ඒක නිසා රස නැහැ නමුත් ගුණයි. ඔක තමයි කරන්න තියෙන එකම දේ. ඒක නිසා you have to follow that pathway. That means you have to understand all the things. Otherwise, that is not effective way to study physics. And ගොඩක් ළමයිට මම මේ commonly ළමයිට කියන හැමදේම මේ commonly හැම ළමෙක්ම face කරනවා. අදටත් මම ওই 2026 කට්ටියකින් ඇහුවොත් එහෙම අනිවාර්යෙන් කියන එක දෙයක් තමයි. මොකක්ද? theory ටික හොඳට තේරෙනවා සර්. හැබැයි මට question එකක් කරගන්න බෑ. ඕගොල්ලන්ටත් ඔකේ. I can understand theory very well. But when it comes to doing question, I cannot do that thing. I cannot apply my knowledge to that question. I don't know, sir, what is the reason? So that is the common problem for many students. So what is the reason for that? Those students can understand theory part very well. When I'm teaching that theory part, they can understand that thing very well. But when it comes to doing question, they cannot do. So what is the reason? What is the reason? Reason is they have only go through the class only. Class only. They listen to my lecture. They listen to my lecture only. That is the reason. Is still the knowledge, is it with me? Is still that knowledge is my knowledge. That knowledge is not their knowledge. That is a problem. That is a problem. So if you listen to this lecture only and you are not going to do your self study, then you cannot apply this knowledge into questions put it. And definitely after every class, you have to go through that class. You have to go through that lesson again. Then you have to convert that knowledge into your knowledge. You should able to explain that theory part by yourself. And therefore, please go through this path. They go through this path. There's no any other way. That you have to go through the lesson again. You have to go through your note again. You have to understand all the things by yourselves. Then you should able to explain that theory part by yourselves. Okay. Then the best way means you have to do the study week by week. Week by week means once we did a lesson in this week, before the next week, go through that lesson and do self-study. And so this part is the only part to think. And this part is the only part. There are no any other parts. And එනිසා හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න අපි මේ කරන්නේ ටෙක්නිකල් දෙයක්. ටෙක්නිකල් දෙයකට වෙන සොලියුෂන් එකක් නෑ. හරි. හරියට දෙන්න. හොඳයි. වැඩේ පටන් ගමු. Okay. Did you understand this thing? So what is the what is the gradient? What is the definition of gradient, Putin? So gradient is the tan value of the angle. Tan value of the angle between the tangent to that particular point and the positive x direction. Okay. So according to this is the definition of tan value, Putin. This is the definition of tan value. Now look at this one. So this is the angle, Putin. Look at this one. So if you draw the tangent to this place, it is very clear the angle varies, no? Angle varies. If you draw tan value, if you draw tangent to this place, now it is very clear the angle varies. That means, Puthi, the shape of the graph, the shape of the graph is decided by this angle. No, look at this one. If you have this kind of shape, look at this one. Look at this angle. Are they same? No, they are not same. Suppose this is angle. They are not same. If you have this kind of curve, look at this one. Those one are obtuse angle, no? Obtuse angles. Therefore, the shape of the graph is decided by this physical quantity. What is that thing? The gradient, Puthi. Gradient. Therefore, gradient is the factor who decide the shape of the graph. Is that clear? If it is clear, please raise the hand. Point to point, this angle varies. Point to point, this angle varies. Therefore, according to the variation of this angle, the shape can be decided. Okay. Therefore, the shape of a graph is decided by the gradient. If you got that thing, please raise the hand again. If not, I will explain it again. I need responses from everyone. කතා කරන්නේ නෑ නේද නතුස්සන්වත් කරන්නේ. තාමද? තේරුම් නැති කට්ටිය තුස්සන්? වෙනද? Chris? හරිද? Okay. අරකට මේක කියන්නේ? If you got the definition of gradient, please tell them. වෙනේ ඕනේ නැහැ. Gradient එකේ definition එක දැනගත්තා නතුස්සන්? If you got the definition of gradient, please raise them. That is only definition, Puthi. That is only definition. Okay, I will explain it again. බලන්න. මට respond එකක් දෙන්න පුතේ මොකද මේ තේරුම් නැත්නම් තේරුම් නැහැ කියන්නේ. තේරුම් නැහැ කියන්නේ. දැන් respond එකක් දෙන්න તો මට හරි අමාරුයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මම දන්නේ නැහැ නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ තේරුණාද කියලා. Okay, look at this one. So gradient is defined like this. So if you want to find the gradient at a particular point, first you have to draw a tangent to that point. Then you have to extend the tangent to x-axis and take the intersection point. Then you have to take the angle between the x-axis and the tangent. Angle means angle with positive x direction. Positive x direction means right hand side. To the right to positive. And therefore, angle between the right positive x direction and the gradient. You have to take that thing. So according to the definition of gradient is defined as the tan value of that angle. Tan value of that angle. This is a definition, Puti. This is a definition. There's method. There's no any other thing to understand here. This is only a definition. This is only a definition. How to define this thing? So that is the tan value. That is the tan value of the angle. Tan value of the angle between the tangent to that particular point and the positive x direction. Positive x direction. That's all. Is that clear? Look at this. Now, if we consider about this kind of graph, now it is very clear. If you draw tangent to this location, sometimes this angle is angle 15 or something. So if you draw tangent to this location, suppose this one is A, this one is B. Now this angle is somewhat 60 or something. If you consider this kind of shape, if you draw tangent to this location, now this is higher than 90, so that is something 110 or something. Higher than 90. Then, if you draw tangent to this location, again the angle between the positive x direction and the tangent, that is higher than 90. Now it is higher than this value also, something 150 or something. Okay. Look at this one. That means location to location, this angle can be made. So if you consider a straight line, suppose a straight line. If you consider a straight line, Puti, if you draw a tangent to a straight line, that tangent also that is straight line. Coincidence that is straight line. Okay? So if you draw tangent to a straight line, that tangent will be coincide with that straight line. That is a property of that straight line. Therefore, point to point, this angle will not be varying. Point to point, this angle is a constant. Therefore, if you consider about a straight line, the gradient is constant. Therefore, if the gradient is a constant, we will have a straight line. If this angle is a obtuse angle, we will have this kind of shape. If this angle is a acute angle, we will have this kind of shape. Okay? Look at this one. That means according to that value, the shape of the graph can be decided. Therefore, gradient is the factor who decides the shape of the graph. Is that clear? If you got that thing, please raise the hand. මේක අපි last week කතා කරා හොඳේ මේ මාසෙට කතා කරන්න ඕගොල්ලෝ දැස්ස කියන්නේ. Now we have considered about the variation of gradient. Now we are in that discussion. How does it vary? So under that, And that topic, the first subtopic was how to decide positive or negativeness of gradient. How to decide positive or negativeness of gradient. Okay. So that is our first topic, Putin. First topic, deciding positive or negativeness of gradient. So in that case, you know the definition of gradient. Gradient is a tan value. Gradient is a tan value. You know, tan value is positive when theta is an acute angle. When theta is an acute angle, tan value is positive. Not only tan value, all the trigonometric values are positive. When theta is obtuse value, when theta is an obtuse angle, tan value is negative. Therefore, from this, I can decide if theta is lesser than 90, gradient is positive. If theta is higher than 90, gradient is negative. Gradient is negative. Is that clear? Same negative. Because gradient is equal tan theta. Gradient is equal tan theta. You know the tan value of obtuse angles are positive. Acute angles are positive. Tan values of obtuse angles are negative. That means if you consider about theta is equal, tan theta is equal tan 50, tan 30, tan 60. Likewise, they are positive values. But if you consider about tan 120, tan 150, tan 135, those are negative values. Therefore, if theta is higher than 90, this will be negative. Therefore, we did this thing. If you draw this kind of two graph, look at this one. Theta 1, theta 2. Look at this one. That means if you have this kind of shape, tan theta is an acute angle, less than 90 angle. If you have this kind of shape, look at this one, theta 1, that is an obtuse angle. Okay? Theta 2, that also an obtuse angle. Therefore, if you have this kind of shape, the angle is always obtuse angle. If you have this kind of shape, this angle is always an acute angle. Therefore, the gradient of this kind of shapes are negative. The gradients of this kind of shapes are positive. Is that clear? Okay. From that, we have concluded one thing. Look at this one. So what is this shape? So from this shape, it is very clear when x is increasing. When x increases, y also increases. No, when x increases, y also increases. Here, when x increases, y decreases. Therefore, this kind of graphs are called increasing graph. Their values are increasing. This kind of graphs are called decreasing graph. Therefore, for convenient purpose, we can conclude this thing. If you have increasing graph, the gradients will be positive. If you have a decreasing graph, gradients are negative. Gradients are negative. Gradients are negative. Therefore, according to our previous shapes, as I told you earlier, there are only 8 shapes. There are only 8 shapes. Among those 8 shapes, 2 of them are very special. So, if we consider about other 6, there are these kind of shapes. There are these kind of shapes. Look at this set. Look at this set. Those are increasing set. Therefore, if you have increasing graph, Mute, the gradients are positive. Therefore, gradients of those graphs are positive. If you have a decreasing graph, gradients are negative. You can further investigate that thing. Look at this one. You can draw tangent. If you draw tangent, it is very clear. This angle is obtuse. If you draw tangent, it is very clear. This angle is an obtuse. Therefore, if you have a decreasing graph, gradients are negative. If you have an increasing graph, gradients are positive. Is that clear? තේරුණා තුස්සන්? මම එක පොඩි එක්සැම්පල් එකක් කරන්න බලන්න. Suppose you are given this kind of shape. This is a straight line up to A. This is a curve shape up to B. This one also curve. This one also a straight line up to E. After this a curve. Now you have to discuss. The sign of gradient in each segment. This is a question. You have to answer the sign of gradient in each section. This one. Had a question. Find the sign of gradient. In each section of this graph. topic එක පුතේ topic එක මේ මොකක්ද variation of gradient වගේ තමයි කිව්වා. variation of gradient. මේක ඇතුලේ පළවෙනි එක තමයි මේ positive or negativeness of gradient. Positive or negativeness of gradient. Okay, now tell me, everyone. I need answers from everyone. Come on, Morgan. I need answers from everyone. Tell me, what is the sign of gradient in OA section? OA section. Is it positive or negative? Is it positive or negative? Everyone, I need answers. Hari, Atafa, you to me? Chris?
30.
Yes, very good. Sarane? මොකද වෙන්නේ පුතේ? බලන්න විනුද? OA section. Is it positive or negative? Is it positive or negative? Now you have to decide whether it is increasing graph or decreasing graph. If it is increasing graph, gradient is positive. If it is a decreasing graph, gradient is negative. Now tell me if it is increasing graph or not. Yes, increasing. Look at this one. This is an increasing graph. This is an increasing graph. Therefore, gradient of this fraction is positive. Now tell me what is the sign of gradient is AB section. AB section. What is the sign of AB section? Atafa, give me. Yes, very good. I think active. Chris?
Positive.
Yes, very good. It is positive. Gradient is positive. It is an increasing graph. Therefore, definitely it is positive. Very good. Gradient of this section. BC. Gradient of BC. Hari. Atafa. Chris?
Increasing, we are seeing only y or both x and y increasing part.
Increasing means when x increases, y also increases, both.
Decreasing means when x increases, y decrease, no?
Y also increase.
No, decrease means when x increases, y decrease. No?
Y decreasing. You have to consider only y.
Pardon, only y.
Yeah. If y increases, it is increasing now.
Only y, no?
Y means when with x means where we have to consider increasing or decreasing with respect to one factor. That factor is x.
No, so increasing means we have to look at both x and y or only y. The decision, to take a decision.
No. Increasing means we have to consider the y-axis. For the y-axis means you have to consider the increasing of y-axis. But how do you define increasing or decreasing without any reference frame? That is the x-axis. You have to tell when time increases, displacement increases. No. When time increases, displacement also increases. When time increases, displacement decreases. When time increases, velocity increases. When time increases, velocity decreases. No?
Yeah.
Normally we are telling that thing. No? That's why you have to consider when x increases, what happened to y? When x increases, what will happen to y? When x increases, what will happen to y? Therefore, both axes you have to consider. And now tell me, what is the sign of BC? What is the sign of BC?
So
Kedami? Sarane? Chris?
that's also increasing.
Yes. That also increasing graph. Increasing graph. You had a lesson actually with A, normally we are considering about from here to here with it. Normally we are considering the graph from 0.2 this side. Therefore, x of definitely x increases with it. And therefore no need to worry about x. X ගැන හිතන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. මොකද අපි මෙතන ඉඳන් බලන්නේ. මෙතන බලනවා කියලා කියන්නේ x කොහොමද ඉබේ වැඩි වෙන පැත්ත තමයි අපි බලන්නේ. හරි? Therefore, you just need to decide whether the y-axis increases or not. Okay. දෙකම බලනවා කියලා කිව්වට අපි සාමාන්‍ය මෙතන පටන් ගත්තොත් බලන්න කොහොමද x වැඩි වෙන්නේ. හරි? So what is the sign of CD? CD section. What is sign of gradient in CD section? Chris?
Negative.
Atafa? Yes, very good. Negative. It is negative. That is negative.
Decreasing.
Why decreasing? It is negative. This one?
Decreasing. Decreasing.
Positive or negative? CD? Positive or negative?
Negative. Negative.
Cut it. Atafa? Kitami? Chris? Negative or positive?
Negative.
Negative. Yes, that is negative. This is a decreasing negative. This one?
It's also negative.
Yeah, that's also negative, decreasing. This one?
Positive.
Yes, now increasing, that means positive. That is positive. Okay, if you got this one, please trace that. Tevana Tussan. Okay, now I will explain the practical application of this theory part. Suppose I think you know velocity time curves, no? Velocity time curves. You have done that in your oral syllabus. Velocity time curves. And so you know velocity times curves. In velocity time curves, gradient is equal to acceleration. Gradient is equal to acceleration. Gradient is equal to acceleration. Suppose this is a velocity time curve. This is velocity. This is time. This is velocity. This is time. Therefore, in velocity time curve, you know the gradient is equal to acceleration. Gradient is equal to acceleration. So now it is very clear from here to here acceleration is positive. Therefore, that is an acceleration. There can also acceleration because acceleration is positive. This one also acceleration that is positive. Look at this one. Now gradient is negative means acceleration is negative. Acceleration is negative means this is a deceleration. This should be a deceleration. Look at this one. Gradient is negative. Gradient is negative means the acceleration is negative. That means this is a deceleration. This is a deceleration. Look at this one. This one also a deceleration. This one is a acceleration. Is that clear? Hmm? Okay. Therefore, when you are analyzing a graph, we have to decide what is the physical quantity represented by the gradient. Graph to graph, that physical quantity varies. So if you consider about displacement time curve, the gradient is velocity. Velocity time curve, it is an acceleration. Therefore, graph to graph, the physical quantity represented by the gradient varies. Therefore, analyzing about that gradient, we can analyze that physical quantity. Or vice versa. That means, if we know the sign of that physical quantity, then we can decide the sign of the gradient. If we know the sign of the gradient, then we can decide the sign of the physical quantity. Therefore, now it is very, very easy, Puti. You just need to understand what is the physical quantity represented by the gradient. And so this knowledge is valid for any graph in physics. And is that clear, Hussain? Okay. They write this one, okay? They write this one, right or not? Therefore, when analyzing a graph, therefore, when analyzing a graph, we should understand what is the physical quantity. What is the physical quantity represented by the gradient? What is the physical quantity represented by the gradient? Okay. Okay, now we know, so Hargute, now we know how to understand or how to decide the positive or negativeness of the gradient. Now, that is not enough, Pute. That is not enough. Means, actually, we have to consider the variation of gradient, the variation of the magnitude of the gradient also. Not only sign, we have to consider the variation in magnitude of the gradient too. And so whether it is a constant value, whether the gradients increasing or not, whether the gradient decreasing with x. Likewise, we have to decide the variation in magnitude of the gradient too. And therefore, analyzing the variation of gradient, Puthe, can be divided into two factors. Variation can be categorized into two. One is about its sign, positive or negative. The other one is the magnitude. So we have to consider the both of them. What is the sign of the gradient and the variation in magnitude with x? Okay. Now we have analyzed this thing. Now we have analyzed that thing. Back on this. Now new topic. Variation in magnitude. Variation in magnitude of the gradient with x-axis. Variation in magnitude of gradient with x-axis. Okay. Puthe, actually, the gradient is the tan value of the angle of some angle. Therefore, the angle means angle between two straight line. The angle between two straight line is in between 0 to 180. 0 to 180. 0 to 180. Therefore, we can divide that thing into two segments. One is 0 to 90 and 90 to 180. Because tan values, the sign of tan values varies from that margin. 0 to 90 tan value is positive, 90 to 180 tan value is negative. Therefore, when we are analyzing the magnitude, we have to divide the angle into two segments. One is 0 to 90 and other one is 90 to 180. And look at this one. If theta is in between, 0 to 90, Now tell me, what is the value of tan 0? What is the value of tan 0? Tan 0. Value of tan 0. Okay. What is the value of tan 0? Yes, tan 0 is 0. Tan 0 is 0. Then tan 45. Tan 45. Tan 45. Yes, wow. Tan 90. Tan 90. What is the value of tan 90? Here. Tan 90 is. Tan 90 is equal sin 90 over cos 90. Ne? Tan 90 is equal sin 90 over cos 90. Sin 90 is 1. Cos 90 is 0. 1 over 0. 1 over 0 means infinity. 1 over 0 is infinity. Infinity. This is infinity. That means, look at this one. When tan is equal 0, sorry, theta is equal 0, tan value also 0. When theta is equal 45, tan value is forward. When theta is equal 90, tan value goes to infinity. Therefore, if I draw the graph, here with the theta, here tan theta. Tan theta. Theta versus tan theta graph. Initially it was 0. When it comes to 90, it goes to infinity, no? Tan value goes to infinity, no? Tan value goes to infinity. Tan value goes to infinity. Therefore, infinity means we cannot find a point. That means from 0 to 90, it is very clear, Pute, from 0 to 90, when angle increases, tan value also increases. Tan value also increases. Therefore, from 0 to 90, when angle increases, tan value also increases. Tan value also increases. Therefore, when theta is in between them, that means 0, theta, and where is it? When theta increases, tan theta also increases. When theta increases, tan theta also increases. When theta increases, tan theta also increases. බිඳුවේදී බිඳුවයි 45 90ට යද්දී ඉන්ෆිනිටි වෙනවා. හරි. එහෙනම් θ වැඩි වෙනකොට tan θ කොහොමද වැඩි වෙනවා. හරි. මම තාම gradient එක කතා කරේ නැහැ හොඳේ. gradient එක කියන්නේ tan එකක් නෙමෙයි. දැන් මම මේ tan කියන දේ කතා කරන්නේ. tan ගැන කතා කරන්නේ. හරි. ඊළඟ දැන් බලමු 90 to 180. 90 to 180. Okay, so this is this value is very close to 90 in positive side. No? Huh? If the angle exceed this 90 value, definitely what will happen? Definitely this value comes to negative value. ඒකම negative වෙනවා. හරිද? මේකම මේ value එකම negative වෙන එක තමයි වෙන්නේ. හරි? ඒ value එකම negative වෙනවා. හරි? ඒ කියන්නේ මේ වගේ. දැන් අපි සාමාන්‍ය අපි ගත්තේ පුතේ මේ මොකක්ද? okay. So when it comes to 90, this value will be again the value is equal to infinity, but as the angle is higher than 90, it will be negative. Therefore, this is negative infinity. It was negative infinity. Again, 90 to 90 to 180. If theta is very close to 90, very close to 90. If theta is very close to 90, but it is higher than 90. Example, theta is equal 90.00005, like this. Okay? Theta is very close to 90, but it is very it is very close to 90, but it is higher than 90. Higher than 90 means now this is an obtuse angle. No? It is very close to 90, but it is higher than 90. Therefore, it is an obtuse angle. And therefore, tan theta is very close to tan 90. Therefore, tan theta is very close to tan 90 value. Tan 90 value, but it is negative. But it is negative because theta is an obtuse angle. Is that clear? Look at this one. Okay. Theta is very close to 90. Very close to 90 means tan theta value should be very close to tan 90. But this is higher than 90. Therefore, definitely this should be negative value. This should be negative value. That means tan 90.00005 should be a negative value, but it is very close to 9. පැහැදිලිද? තේරුණාද සර්? Yeah, it's a line. මෙන්න මේ dash line එක මේ if we just pass this dash line, the value will be negative. The value will be negative, but it is very close to negative infinity. Very close to negative infinity. Very close to negative infinity. Then, what is the value of tan 135? What is the value of tan 135? Tan 135 is equal tan 90 plus 45. Right? That's 180 then. Tan 180 minus 45. 180 minus 45. So that is equal minus tan 45. So it is equal minus 1. It is equal minus 1. Tan 135 is equal minus 1. So what is the value of tan 180? Tan 180? Tan 180 means sin 180 over cos 180. Sin 180 means 0. Therefore, this value is 0. This value is 0. Therefore, when the value comes to 180, this should be 0. Therefore, graph should be like this. The graph should be like this. This is called tan curve. එහෙනම් බලන්න මේ graph එක මොකද වෙන්නේ පුතේ C90 to 180 මොකද වෙන්නේ 90 to 180 මොකද වෙන්නේ What will happen from 90 to 180 What will happen from 90 to 180 the tan value comes from negative infinity to 0. Negative infinity to 0. Is that clear? තේරුණා තුස්සන්? Okay, negative infinity to 0. Ali මෙතන දීපේ දන්නේ negative infinity to 0. මෙහෙම පැහැදිලිද? Therefore, now it is very clear. Now it is very clear. Now it is very clear, Buddhi. When tan value is in acute region, when theta increases, Buddhi, tan value also increases. Tan value also increases. And also, when it is in obtuse region, remember, when it is in obtuse region, this is an increasing graph. This is an increasing graph. Therefore, when it is in obtuse region, when theta increases, tan value also increases. Tan value also increases. Therefore, no matter where the location is, when theta increases, that means when the angle increases, tan value increases. When the angle increases, tan value increases. But we should consider them in two separate segments. මේ දෙන්න අපිට compare කරන්න බෑ. මේ දෙන්න compare කරන්න බෑ. මෙයා වෙනමයි තමයි අපි compare කරන්න වෙන්නේ. From 9 to 0 to 90, from 0 to 90, when tan value increases, sorry, when theta increases, tan value increases. When 90 to 180, when 90 increases, 180, when theta increases, tan value also increases. Tan value also increases. Therefore, for both segment, when theta increases, tan value increases. Therefore, when theta will 90 when theta is higher than 90 but lesser than 180, when theta increases, tan theta increases. When theta increases, tan theta increases. When theta increases, tan theta increases. And therefore, no matter where the location is, when theta increases, tan theta increases. That means when theta increases, tan theta increases. Is that clear? ඒක තේරෙනවද නැතුත්? theta වැඩි වෙනකොට tan theta අනිවාර්යෙන් වැඩි වෙනවා. theta වැඩි වෙනකොට tan theta වැඩි වෙනවා. එච්චරයි ඔළුවට ගන්න. හරි. හරි මම මේ gradient එක කතා කරේ නෑ පුතේ. මම මේක තව gradient එක කතා කරේ නෑ. මම gradient එකට මේක apply වෙන විදිහ දැන් කතා කරනවා. හරිද? මම gradient එක apply වෙන විදිහ කතා කරනවා. මම මේ කතා කරේ trigonometry කොටසක් මම මේ කතා කරේ. ඒක දාගන්න මෙහෙම. To analyze this, we should analyze about tan theta. We should analyze about tan theta. We should analyze about tan theta. For acute angle, tan values are positive. For acute angles, tan values are positive. For obtuse angles, tan values are negative. Tan values are negative. Therefore, we will analyze the acute section and obtuse section. Therefore, we will analyze the acute section and the obtuse section separately. Separately. Okay. Taggal medallion. Suddenly, have I finished writing? Have a good day. Okay. Now we can study. Now we can apply this knowledge into our graph. Okay. Well, come on, let's apply that again. Okay. Look at this one. Look at this one. Now there are only 6 shapes. There are only 6 shapes. Actually, there are 8, but 2 of them are very special cases. We can analyze that 2 separately. So we have only 6 shapes to analyze. 6 shapes to analyze. Suppose this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have analyzed only 6 shapes with it. Now we can take each of them separately and then we can determine the variation of magnitude of the gradient. Variation of the magnitude of the gradient. Okay, let me do one. Look at this one. Now I'm going to consider the first one, this shape. This is the first one. Okay. Now, when you are analyzing this one, I can take this kind of point and this kind of point. Okay? This kind of point and this kind of point. From here to here, x increases, no? From here to here, x increases. From here to here, x increases. This is the point. A, make a B. Now we have to analyze. What will happen to the magnitude of gradient from A to B. From A to B. Look at this. So I'm going to draw 2 tangents. 2 tangents at these 2 points. Now this is first tangent. Here theta 1. The angle. Now the second tangent. Here theta 2. Theta 2. Here theta 2, theta 1. Now tell me, who is the bigger one? Theta 1 or theta 2? Theta 1 or theta 2? Who is the bigger one? One or two? One or two? Yes, one, no? Yes, one. Theta 1, no? Theta 1. Theta 1 is the bigger one. Theta 1 is the bigger one. Theta 2 is smaller. Yeah, almost 90. Yeah, 30. Therefore, it is very clear. Theta 1 is higher than theta 2. Theta 1 is higher than theta 2. So you know, when angle increases, tan value also increases. When angle increases, tan value also increases. Tan value also increases. Therefore, it is very clear, this is the higher theta, this is the lower theta. Therefore, tan theta 1 should be higher than tan theta 2. It is very easy to remember. It is very easy to remember. When the angle is high, when the angle increases, tan value also increases. No matter it is in obtuse region or acute region, when angle increases, tan value also increases. Therefore, from among these 2 angles, this one is the highest one. Therefore, tan theta 1 is higher than tan theta 2. If you got that one, please tell that. And tan theta 1 means with a gradient at A, gradient of point A. Therefore, this one is equal to gradient of point A. This one is equal to gradient of point B put A. Gradient of point B tan theta 2 is gradient of point B put A. Gradient of point B. That means A is higher than B. MA is higher than NB. That means if you have this kind of shapes, gradient A is higher than gradient B means when x increases, what will happen to the gradient? Gradient what is gradient is decreasing. Gradient decreases. Gradient decreases. So if you have this kind of shape, it is very clear when x increases, gradient decreases. Gradient decreases. හරිනේ පුතේ මේ බලන්න මෙයා මේ වැඩි වෙනකන් මොකද වෙන්නේ? මෙයා වැඩි වෙනවා. මේ වැඩි වෙන ස්පීඩ් එක මොකද වෙන්නේ? එන්න අඩු වෙනවා. මේ වැඩි වෙනවා. නමුත් වැඩි වෙන ස්පීඩ් එක එන්න අඩු වෙනවා. So that is the reason for that term. That is the reason for that term. When x increases, gradient decreases. If you got that term, please raise your hand. Okay, I will do the second one also. This is the first shape. Shape 1. Shape 2 and then shape 3 करना. Shape 3. Suppose I'm going to consider this kind of point and this kind of point. Now it is clear from here to here, x value, x increases. So if you draw tangent to point A, so this is angle theta 1. If you draw tangent to B, this is angle theta 2. Now tell me, what is the biggest term? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? What is the biggest term? 1 or 2? Yes, it is very clear too. Right? This is something very close to 30 or something very low value. But from here, it is very close to 90 or something. But here with theta, what the name? Indian angle value. Eko har pulo hogan men make it. One. Moka the enemy. Maybe the panel board bar, maybe the panel board. Look at this one. When you are going up, what will happen to the angle? Right? Look at this. Take your pen like this. Take your pen like this. And keep it as a tangent. Keep it as a tangent. Now this is the angle. Okay, this is the angle. So when you move this, when you move this pen from here to here, what will happen to that angle? Angle increases. Angle increases. Right? Angle theta 1 is higher lesser than theta 2. Now it is very clear. This one is the highest theta. Therefore, tan theta should be higher in theta 2, lesser in theta 1. Therefore, tan theta 1 here, tan theta 2 is higher than tan theta 1. That means tan theta 1 means gradient of point A, tan theta 2 means gradient of point P putih. Therefore, gradient of point A is lesser than gradient of point B. That means wavelength increases, gradient also increases. කොහොමද ලේසියෙන් ගන්න පුළුවන් මේ පෑනේ මේ බලන්න පෑන මෙහෙම තියාගෙන යන්න මේ what will happen to the angle මේ what will happen to the angle. The angle increases means tan theta increases, that means gradient increases. හරිද angle එක හොයන්න පුළුවන් නේද මේ what will happen to the angle. Angle increases means tan theta increases, that means gradient increases. So that means when x increases, m also increases. Is that clear? තේරෙනවද තුස්සා? තේරෙනවද තුස්සා? Thank you, Muthi. Okay. Then write this one. Then you can take a small break, Muthi. A small break. So after taking the break, please do this kind of analysis for fourth and sixth shape. Shape number 4 and shape number 6. Do it in rough paper. Do it in rough paper and take a photo and send that to me. Take a photo and send that to me during the interview. Okay. So you can take a break. We will start our next session around 10:15. Around 10:15. Take a break. During the break, please do the shape number 4 and shape number 6. And send your answers to me as a pop-up. So if you are in the class, please give me a thumb. If you are in the class, please give me a thumb. Thank you. Okay. I did not receive any answer sheets. Have you done about question? Have you done shape number 4 and shape number 6? Shape number 4 and shape number 6. Shape number 4 and shape number 6. Okay. Look at this one, shape number 4. Okay, now tell me shape number 4. Shape number 4. When x is increasing, when x increases, what will happen to the gradient? What will happen to the gradient? Shape number 4. Is it decreasing or increasing? Gradient. Gradient, I mean gradient. Balloon tackle again. If you did that thing, please give me the answer. When x increases, what will happen to the gradient? In shape number 4. In shape number 4, when x increases, what will happen to the gradient? Anita? While increasing the gradient? Yes. Shape number 4 should be decreased over there. Right? Look at this one. Right? Look at this pain method. Look at this angle. Now it is something like 150 or something, no? So when it comes to here, it becomes 90 or something, no? When it at this position, the angle is something like 150 or something. Now, when it comes to this position, it is go up to 90, no? Definitely. Look at this one. If we consider about this kind of position and this kind of position, suppose this is A, this one is B. So if you draw a tangent to this point, so this is the angle. This is the angle at point A. And if you draw tangent to this point, this is the angle at point B. Now it is very clear this angle is about 150 or something, no? But when it comes to this location, it is very close to 90. So definitely theta 1 is higher than theta 2. If you got that one, please raise the hand. Okay, you can use the pen method. Pen method use currently. Look at this one. Right? What will happen to the angle? Angle decreasing, right? Angle decreasing. Initially, the angle is something like 150. Now, angle is decreasing. Angle is decreasing. Okay. Therefore, definitely theta 1 is higher than theta 2. So, tan theta 1 should be higher than tan theta 2. Tan theta is gradient. Therefore, gradient at A is higher than gradient at B. That means, therefore, when x increases, y, sorry, by the way, gradient should be decreased. It should be increased. If you got that one, please say that. Okay. Then the last one means sixth one, shape 6. मैं shape 2 का 5 का वैल्यू पता करना shape 6. Okay. Now, if you consider about this kind of position, and if you draw a tangent, this is theta 1. It is something like 120 or something. So, if you consider about this kind of position, if you draw a tangent, if you draw a tangent, it is very clear. It is almost 180 line. Theta 2. It is very clear theta 2 is higher than theta 1. Okay? Theta 2 is higher than theta 1. මෙහෙම තියෙන එක මෙහෙම තියෙන angle එක එන්න මොකද angle is increasing. Initially the angle is very close to 90. Initially angle is very close to 90. When it comes to this position 120 or something, now this is almost 180. Therefore, theta 1 is lesser than theta 2. Theta 1 is lesser than theta 2. That means tan theta 1 is lesser than tan theta 2. Tan theta 1 means gradient at point A. Tan theta 2 means gradient at point B. Therefore, gradient at point A is lesser than gradient at point B. That means when x increases, gradient also increases to the gradient also increases because this angle increases this angle increases. Therefore, when x increases, m also increases. M also increases. Therefore, you have to consider the angle only. You have to consider the angle only. And so when x increases, the angle of the tangent increases. If it is increasing, then definitely gradient is increasing. If angle decreases, that means gradient also decreases. Is that clear? Okay, now you can draw this shape number 4 and shape number 6. Okay, can I finish? Okay. All right. Then we can discuss about shape number 2 and 5 together. Shape number 2 and 5. Yeah. Those are straight line, Pute. Those are straight line. And Pute, if it is a straight line, definitely, if you draw a tangent at any point, if you draw a tangent to this straight line at any point, that straight line and that tangent should be coincide. Overlap. Okay. Man. Consider this one. So if you draw a tangent to this point, Puti, if you draw a tangent to this point, that tangent will be actually that tangent also equal to that straight line. They are overlapping. Puti. Have look at this one. If you draw a tangent to this place, the tangent should be the same straight line. The tangent should be the same straight line. The tangent should be the same straight line. If you draw a tangent to this position, and if you draw a tangent to this position, both are the same straight line. Both are the same straight line. Therefore, it is very clear. It is very clear, Puti, if we consider about a straight line, theta is a constant. Theta is a constant. It is not varying. Theta is a constant. Theta is a constant. Theta is a constant for any point. That means if it is a straight line, Puti, gradient is a constant. Gradient is a constant because if you draw a tangent, to any point, on a straight line, Puti, that tangent will be that straight line too. Okay. Therefore, no difference between tangent and straight line. And therefore, the gradient of this straight line, should be equal to the tan value of this angle. The gradient of this straight line is equal to the tan value of this angle. Is that clear? Clear now? Therefore, gradient of a straight line is a constant. Is that clear? Okay. Please draw this one. Shape number 2 and 5. Please draw this one. Then write on this. Then write on this. If we draw a tangent, to any point, if we draw a tangent to any point at a straight line, those tangents are those tangents overlap the straight line. Those tangents overlap the straight line. Therefore, there is no difference between a straight line and its tangents. There's no difference between a straight line and its tangents. Therefore, 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 theta value for any point, on a straight line is the same. Therefore, theta value for any point on the straight line is equal. Right in another para. Therefore, gradient of a straight line. Therefore, the gradient of a straight line is a constant. Therefore, the gradient of a straight line is a constant. හරිද? Yeah. Now we can summarize. Now we can summarize that thing. Now we can summarize that thing. Man, look at this one. Suppose if you have this kind of two shapes, this kind of shapes, and if you have this kind of two shapes, what do you think? Make again the shape number. මම ගත්තොත් එහෙම shapes ටික මේ විදිහට those are the shapes. Okay. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 4, 5, 6. Therefore, this is shape number 1 and sorry, shape number yes. This is shape number 3. This is shape number 6. Shape number 6. Make a shape number 3. This are shape number 1 and 4. Shape number 1 and 4. Shape 1. Shape 4. Shape. Shape 6. Shape 3. Make a shape 1. Shape 4. Look at this somebody. If you have this kind of two shapes, now it is very clear. It is very clear. Now, now initially angle is something like 90, but when it comes to this location, angle is something 150 or something, no? Therefore, this is an increasing gradient. This graph, the gradient of this graph is increasing. The gradient of this graph is increasing. This one, remember? Here, angle is 30 or something, but when it comes to here, the angle may reach to 90. මේ පොඩි angle එකක් තියෙන්නේ angle එක පොදුනේ එන්න value. Therefore, for both cases, when x increases, theta increases. When x increases, theta increases. Therefore, for both cases, when s increases, theta increases. That means when x increases, putih, gradient increases. When x increases, gradient increases for this kind of shapes. Here, I had to learn this thing. පුතේ මේ shape එක නිකන් මොකක් වගේද? මේ shape එක මොකක් වගේද? මේ shape එක මේ වගේ shape එකක් නේද තියෙන්නේ? මේ shape එක මේ වගේ shape එකක් තියෙන්නේ. මෙතන අපි කරලා තියෙනවා. Make a minimum consider, make a minimum consider. So this is something like this kind of shape. So we call it as a cup shape. Make a magi watch. Those are my words. So this is something like a cup, no? This is something like a cup. Therefore, if you have a cup shape graph, 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 definitely the gradient is increasing. The gradient of the graph is increasing with x. Hello. So this is called cup shape. මේ මගේ වචනේ පොඩි. This is my word today. Therefore, we don't use this that word in your paper or something. Paper එක කොහොමද දෙන්නේ? And so, but this is my word. Look at this one. If you consider about this kind of shape, it is very clear angle is decreasing. Okay? Initially, angle is something like 90, but what will happen to the angle? It will be decreasing. Okay? Okay? Initially, it was something 180 or something, but what will happen? It will become 90 or something. Okay? Therefore, if you have this kind of shape, it is very clear when x increases, theta decreases putih. Therefore, if you have this kind of shape, when x increases, theta decreases. That means when x increases, gradient decreases putih. If you have this kind of shape, that is gradient decreasing. So this is something like this kind of shape would be. මොකක්ද කප් එක අනිත් පැත්ත අරවල. So this is something like inverted cup shape. This is something like inverted cup shape. This is cup shape. This is inverted cup shape. And therefore, this is very easy to remember. If you have a cup shape, graph, that means their gradients increase with x. If you have inverted cup shape graph, that means their gradients decrease with x. Is that clear? තේරුණා තුසන්. මම මේ අන්තිම කියව එක මතක තියාගත්තට කමන්නේ. හැබැයි you have to have very good understanding about the theory part. How did I derive this thing? That is the theory part. Okay? The derivation is our theory part, but you can remember like this. If you got that thing, please say that. තේරුණා තුසන්. බාල එක හරි ලේසියි. මාර ලේසි දැන්. හරි. So then the other two are straight lines putih. Other two are straight lines. Shape number 2. Shape number 5. If they are straight line, they are definitely gradient is a constant. Therefore, when x increases, theta is a constant. Therefore, gradient is a constant. Gradient is a constant. If you got that thing, please raise the hand. තේරෙනවද උස්සන්න. තේරුණාද උස්සන්න. So that is the reason when we actually when we were doing all else, I think something you did this kind of graph, no? මේ වගේ graph කරලා තියෙනව නේද? If you did this kind of graph, please raise the hand. එහෙම graphs කරලා තියෙනවා තුස්සේ. කරලා තියෙනවා නැත්නම් ඒක ඔයාලා පාස් එකකින් යන්නේ නේ. ආ. එතකොට ඔයගොල්ලෝ මොකද්ද මේක කිව්වේ? This is a uniform acceleration කිව්ව නේද? This shape is uniform acceleration. This is a uniform deceleration. කිව්ව නේද? Hmm? If you remember that thing, please raise the hand. තේරුණා? මතක නැග තුස්සන්නේ. So now you know what is the actual reason behind this. Now you know what is the actual reason behind this. No? So it is very clear. If it is a straight line, the gradient is a constant. The gradient is a constant. Neither. So if it is a BT graph, gradient is acceleration. So if the acceleration, if the gradient is constant, if the gradient is a constant, the physical quantity represented by the gradient also a constant. So here the physical quantity is acceleration. Therefore, the acceleration is a constant within this time, within that time. Therefore, we call it as uniform acceleration condition. Right. අපිට ඔයාලට කියා දුන්නේ ඔයා කැතුව නේද? අපි ඔයාලා කාලේ ඔයා ඉගෙන ගත්තේ ඕවා නැතුව. හරිද? දැන් අපි හරියට ඉගෙන ගන්නවා. දැන් අපි හරියට ඉගෙන ගන්නවා. දැන් ඉතින් ඔයාලට පරිදි ඉන්නවා අපිට ඒක කියා දෙන්නේ නැහැ අර මොනවද කියලා. ඉතින් ඔයාලට කාලේ කියා දෙන්න පුළුවන් හොඳ විදිහින් තමයි කියා දෙලා තියෙන්නේ. හරිද? මොකද අපේ මැචුර් වෙන්න පුතේ අපිට උගන්වන විදිහ වෙනස් වෙනවනේ. අපිට ටිකක් බරපතල කාරණා ඉගෙන ගන්න වෙනවා. හරි? Okay. Now you can write this summary. So if you have cup shape, then definitely gradient increases with time. If you have infinite cup shape, definitely gradient decreases with time. Time x. මේක ලියන ගමන් පොඩ්ඩක් අහගන්න මම කලින් කිව්වා අපි මේ ප්‍රමාණ ගෲප් එකක් අපි හදනවා මේ ටියුබ් සබ්මිෂන්ස් වලට කියලා. දැන් මොකද්ද ඒක හදන්න කාලේ හරි කියලා හිතනවා. ඒ නිසා පුතේ මොකක්ද ප්‍රමාණ ගෲප් එකක් හදනවා ටියුබ් සබ්මිෂන්ස් වලට. එතකොට ඔයගොල්ලෝ ටියුබ් කියලා කියන්නේ ටියුබ් නෝට් දෙකක්. හරි. එතකොට ඒ ගෲප් එකට ඔයගොල්ලෝගේ ක්ලාස් එක උනාට පස්සේ නෝට් එක අප්ලෝඩ් කරන්න ඕනි. ටියුට් එක කරාට පස්සේ ටියුට් එක අප්ලෝඩ් කරන්න ඕනි. ඒක ඒ විදිහට දිගටම ගෙනියන්න. හරි. මොකක්ද ගෲප් එක හදලා මම අපේ ක්ලාස් ගෲප් එකේ මම ෂෙයා කරන්නම්. ඒකට ජොයින් වෙන්න කට්ටිය. Finish. Finish. Help me. Finish. Okay. Now we have did all these six shapes today, but there are two remaining shapes. Those are some special shapes. Now we are going to learn about them. Learn about them. They write a topic. They write a topic. When the graph is parallel to x-axis. When the graph is parallel to x-axis. This is the topic. When the graph is parallel to x-axis. Something like this. So if the graph is parallel to x-axis, Puthe, actually that means x-axis and graph point into both are into same direction. Puthe. That means the angle between the graph and the x-axis is 0. Therefore, here angle is equal to 0. Therefore, as they are parallel, the angle between the graph and the x-axis should be 0. Should be 0. That means tan theta is equal to tan 0. Tan 0 means definitely 0. Tan 0 is 0. That means if you have this kind of shape means if you have a shape parallel to x-axis, Puthe, the gradient is equal to 0. The gradient is equal to 0. This is very, very important thing. I think you can remember the graph you did in Euler's, no? This one. Right. So you say this is a uniform acceleration, this is a uniform deceleration, then this portion is a constant velocity condition. That means acceleration is 0. You did that thing, no? That is a reason behind this is the reason behind this scenario is this one. Because when the graph is parallel to x-axis, Puthe, the angle between these two, the angle between x-axis and the graph is equal to 0. Therefore, tan 0 is 0, Puthe, that means gradient is 0. The gradient is 0. Is that clear? තේරෙනවද sir? Okay. දාගන්න. මේ Okay. Then we can discuss about the other pattern. They write a topic. When the graph is parallel to y-axis. When the graph is parallel to y-axis. That is a rare case, Pute. That is a rare case. That is a rare case means in motion graph, actually we will not face such kind of scenarios, Pute. But we have to do that thing because this is about graph, this is about graph. Then we can do motion graphs only. This is a rare case. When the graph is parallel to y-axis. When the graph is parallel to y-axis, tell me what is the angle between the graph? What is the angle between the graph and the x-axis? The angle here, theta. මේක straight line එකයි straight line එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද? tangent එකයි graph එකයි දෙකම එකයි. straight line එකක් නම් tangent and graph both are same. Therefore, instead of tangent, I can consider about the graph. Yes, 90 percent. Now angle is 90. Now angle is 90. Therefore, here theta is equal 90. And therefore, tan theta is equal to tan 90. That means this goes to infinity. Infinity. Therefore, Buddhi, here gradient, the gradient, it goes to infinity. Infinity. That means the gradient has a very, very large value. The gradient has very, very large value. Therefore, as I told you earlier, these kind of scenarios will not be in motion graphs පුතේ. අපි motion graphs වල ඉන්නේ නැහැ සාමාන්‍යයෙන්. මොකද ඕන දන්නවා when it comes to motion graph, the gradient may be velocity or acceleration or something පුතේ. So they cannot be infinite no. Infinite. Practical line. Practical එක නිසා අපි ඒ වගේ motion graphs වල ඉන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වුණාට අපිට මේ physics වල තියෙන සමහර graphs තියෙනවා පුතේ මේ වගේම මේකත් දාන්න. Have finished. Okay. Okay. Now we can summarize all things. Now we can summarize all of this because we have done all the shapes today. We have done all the shapes. Therefore, these shapes might be in the first quadrant or second quadrant. Sorry, first quadrant or fourth quadrant. Okay, maybe in the second or third quadrant, but for motion graph, we are not considering about second or third quadrant because time cannot be negative. Time cannot be negative. Therefore, those shapes can be in any quadrant, Puti. Can be in any quadrant, but the properties will not be changed. The properties will not be changed. All are same. Therefore, that is very easy to remember. If you summarize this thing, we are actually it is very easy to remember. Now we will summarize. Okay, now I'm not considering the last shape, Pute. That is our special shape. No, therefore I'm not considering the last shape. Now I'm going to consider the shape. Those are required for motion graphs only. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one is 7. Actually, you have to analyze only 7 shapes. 7 shapes. As well. Shape number ඊළඟට positive or negativeness of gradient Sorry, that's an unpaid field with it. Okay, that's current failure. Okay, now we can summarize all the things. Okay, now we can summarize all the things. Now look at the shape number one. Shape number one. Now tell me what is the sign of gradient? The shape number one. කොහොමද අපි ඒක මෙව කරන්නේ? බලන්න summary. Summary. අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන් පුතේ gradient is positive when the graph is increasing. Gradient is negative when the graph is decreasing. That is first analyzing part. Then gradient is increasing. The gradient is increasing when the shape is a cup shape. The gradient is decreasing when the shape is inverted cup shape. Inverted cup shape. So that is our summary. That is our summary. මෙච්චරයි බලන්න ඕනවා increasing එකක්ද shape එක මොකක්ද එච්චර increasing the decreasing the cup shape ද එච්චර බලන්න. Now look at this one. Now let's consider shape number one. Shape number one. Shape number one, it is very clear. It is a increasing graph. It is an increasing graph. As it is an increasing graph, gradient is positive. Gradient is positive. Although gradient is positive, look at this one. It has a inverted cup shape. Inverted cup shape. Inverted cup shape means this one. Cup shape means this one. It has an inverted cup shape. Therefore, gradient decreases with x. Therefore, the gradient decreases with x. Is that clear? If you got that one, please raise the hand. Look at this. Gradient is positive, but it is decreasing with x. Now tell me, what can you say about second one? Second one. Gradient is positive or negative? Gradient is positive or negative? Gradient is positive or negative? I won't give answer according. Yes. Now it is an increasing graph. Therefore, gradient is positive, but it is a straight line. As it is a straight line, gradient is a constant. Gradient is a constant. Third one. Third one is an increasing graph. Increasing graph. Therefore, gradient is positive. It has a cup shape. It has a cup shape. If it is a cup shape, gradient is increasing. Gradient increases with x puthe. Therefore, gradient is increasing with x. Right. Then taggal again fourth one. Taggal again fourth one. Have one more. Fourth one. The sign. So what is the sign? Yes, Aranya. Get me? What is the sign, Putri? Positive or negative? Positive or negative? Fourth one. Fourth one, you Yes, very good. Alright. So it is a decreasing graph. It is a decreasing graph. Therefore, gradient is negative, Putri. Now tell me the magnitude. What is the magnitude? magnitude එක ටක් ගාලා කියන්න. මොකද්ද shape එක? Yes, very good. It is a inverted cup shape. Inverted cup shape. අනිත් පැත්ත රහපු කොම් පිට්ටුව වගේ. හරිද? අනිත් පැත්ත රහපු කප් එකක්. Yes. Decreases with time. M decreases with time. With time is x. Paha. Yeah, that is a negative. Negative because it is decreasing. It is decreasing. Therefore, the other thing is this is a straight line. As it is a straight line, gradient is constant. Therefore, m is a constant. Then sixth one. It is also decreasing shape. It is also a decreasing shape. Therefore, gradient is negative. Gradient is negative. The shape is cup shape. Cup shape. Cup shape. Cup gradient gradient increasing. Therefore, gradient increases with this. Seventh one. The gradient is zero. Gradient is zero. Therefore, no need to worry about positive or negativeness. Positive or negativeness. Radius is zero. Gradient is zero. This is all about gradient. This is all about gradient. If you can understand this, then you will understand all about motion graphs. Motion graph හොඳටම understand කරගන්න පුළුවන් මේක තේරෙනවා. තේරුණා තුසන්? தெரியா? ஓகே. கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் தான் நல்ல தெரியுது. ஓகே. Okay, Vati, thank you. Okay, now you can draw this summary. This is the entire summary. This is the entire summary. This is summary of entire lesson. මේක ඔළුවේ තියෙනවා නම් එච්චරයි. Okay with it. I finish. Then write topic. Then write topic. Displacement time. Displacement dash time curves. Displacement time curves. Right topic, displacement time curves. Displacement time curve. Displacement dash time curves. Within brackets දාගන්න ST curve. So in displacement time curve, okay, displacement time curve, the displacement is represented by the y-axis. Time is represented in x-axis. X-axis. Therefore, displacement is in y-axis. Time is in x-axis. So if we draw a graph, time versus displacement, that graph is called a displacement time curve. Displacement time curve. Okay. Then what is that? Then what is lazy puti? Then what is harm lazy? And now we have to consider motion graph. Motion graph. So what is the motion graph? Then we have to consider the gradient. Gradient. That's all. And the graph and the gradient only. Then we can analyze the graph. Producer. Okay. In ST curve, in ST curve, come on. Displacement is represented by the y-axis. In ST curve, displacement is represented by the y-axis. And time is represented by the x-axis. topic. Gradient of a ST curve. Gradient of a ST curve. Gradient of a ST curve. For convenient explanation, I will take a straight line. I will take a straight line. Okay. So gradient means gradient means tan theta. Gradient means tan theta. So if we consider about now we have to determine tan theta. That is a gradient. Suppose at this position, gradient is S1, time is T1. Suppose at this position, time is T2, gradient is S2. So yeah, if I draw up a parallel line to x-axis, this is perpendicular to this one. Mega y-axis parallel, mega x-axis parallel, then some perpendicular. Okay. Then this one is theta. If this one theta put as these two lines are parallel to each other, we are parallel put this angle should be theta. Corresponding angles. Okay. This angle is theta, this angle also theta. Therefore, if I consider these 2 points, these 3 points are ABC, then tan theta should be equal to the opposite side BC divided by adjacent side AC. Opposite side BC divided by adjacent side AC. That is tan theta. So how to determine BC, Puthi? You know, from here to here, displacement is S2. From here to here, displacement is S2. And from here to here, displacement is S1. Therefore, BC means S2 minus S1. S2 minus S1. If you got that one, please say that there are two. AC means Puthi, you know, from here to here time is T1. Here to here time is T1. T2. From here to here time is T1. From here to here time is T2. Rather than T2. Rather than T1. Therefore, this time should be T2 minus T1. T1. Therefore, AC is equal T2 minus T1. Therefore, tan theta is equal to the S2 minus S1 divided by T2 minus T1. That means S2 minus S1 means change in displacement. No, change in displacement. Change in displacement. Displacement means divided by. So initially this object has S1 displacement. Now S2 displacement. T1 minus T2 means time taken. That is the time taken to change this displacement. Time taken to change this displacement. Therefore, tan theta is equal change in displacement divided by time taken to change the displacement. Change in displacement over time taken to change in displacement. Therefore, it is very clear displacement over time. That means it should be a velocity. Therefore, it should be a velocity. Therefore, tan theta is equal to velocity. 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 Is that clear? ඒක තේරෙනවා තුස්සට. ඒක තේරෙනවා තුස්සට. Therefore, the gradient make a layer the possible gradient of a st curve is equal to velocity. Is equal to velocity. Here, තේරෙනවා තුස්සට. Here. Here. Topic is gradient of a st curve. Gradient of a st curve. Have I finished with it? Have I finished? Sorry. Okay, now you can apply. Now we can apply our knowledge regarding the gradients and variation of gradient to this graph today. දැන් බලමු කොහොමද අපි ඒක apply කරන්නේ කියලා. Okay. So as we discussed today, there are only 7 shapes. No? There are only 7 shapes. Time, displacement. But these 7 shapes can be in both first quadrant as well as fourth quadrant. Because displacement can be positive as well as negative. No? Displacement can be positive as well as negative, but time cannot be. Therefore, those 7 shapes can be in both first quadrant as well as the fourth quadrant. Now, suppose this is A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, and A7. Then we can draw the same graphs in the fourth quadrant. This is B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B7. එතකොට මම තියෙනවා දෙකම එකයි. දැන් බලමු මොකද අපි ඩිස්ක්‍රේ කොහොමද ඔබ මේ එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්න කියලා. හරි. හරි. shape. Of gradient. Gradient again, positive, negative in a second. Okay. So, gradient means gradient means the velocity. No? Gradient means velocity here. Then the secondly, I can determine magnitude of gradient. Then, after analyzing this, I can determine displacement and velocity. Displacement and what can you say about velocity? Displacement and velocity. Well, look at this one. Shape number A1. Shape number A1. Now tell me what is the sign of gradient? Gradient is sign number. This is an increasing graph. Therefore, gradient is positive. But it is an inverted cup shape. Therefore, gradient is decreasing. Gradient is decreasing. Look at this side. Now, those are in positive y-axis, no? Here, those are in positive y-axis. Therefore, displacement is positive. Displacement is positive because y-axis also positive. Therefore, displacement is positive. It is positive. Now you can determine the condition of velocity. Therefore, velocity is positive, but it is decreasing. Because gradient is equal to velocity. Gradient is equal to velocity. Therefore, you can say velocity is positive, but it is decreasing with time. Velocity is positive, but it is decreasing with time. Okay? Therefore, velocity is positive, but it is decreasing with time. It is decreasing with time. Is that clear? ඒක තේරුණා තුස්සන්. ඒක තේරුණා තුස්සන්. වාරද වෙනවා වේසි. හරිද? තේරුණා? ඔන්න මම ආශාවක් කියන්න බලන්න. වෙන දෙයක් ඕනේ නැහැ. වෙන කිසිම දෙයක් ඕනේ නැහැ. මට කියන්න පුතේ මෙයාගේ මේ what is the sign of gradient? Gradient is positive. Because it is very clear this graph is increasing graph. Therefore, gradient is positive. And it is an inverted cup shape. It is it is an inverted cup shape. Therefore, gradient is decreasing with time. Now, we have determined the gradient is equal to velocity. Gradient is equal to velocity. Therefore, you can replace gradient by velocity. Therefore, now velocity is positive. As gradient is positive, velocity is positive here. If you have this kind of shape, velocity is positive, but it is decreasing with time. It is decreasing with time. If you got that one, please say there. I need response from everyone. Have it. When Sarah, have clear on them again. Take a day on the time to some. Take a day on the time to some. I found okay. How do they get there now? How are they doing it right now? I am not make a one number on the Pulo. Either but velocity is positive, but it is decreasing with time. Decreasing with time means velocity, when velocity decreasing with time, it is a deceleration. You know that word. If velocity decreasing with time, it is a deceleration. Therefore, if you have this kind of shape, it is a deceleration. And therefore, it is a deceleration. It is a deceleration. If you got that thing, please raise the hand. If you got that thing, please raise the hand. Very good. Thank you. Now I can draw this thing in geometrical figure. Draw. So you know this is the initial point. So if you first you have to draw the measuring starting point, then you have to mark the positive direction. Positive direction and mark the. So once you mark the positive direction and starting point, then you can mark the motion with it. So what is the meaning of positive direction? The meaning of positive direction means if there is a vector quantity, if there is a vector quantity into that direction, it will be positive. It will be positive. If there is a vector quantity into opposite direction, it will be negative. That means if the velocity is into that direction, velocity is positive. If the velocity is into other direction, it will be negative. If a displacement is into that direction, it will be positive. If a displacement is into other direction, it will be negative. Like that. Now, look at this one. Displacement is positive because it is in positive y-axis. Therefore, displacement is positive. Therefore, the object should be in the opposite side. Sorry, the positive side. The object should be in positive side. Another man can displacement is positive. Therefore, it should be in positive side. Displacement is positive. And velocity is positive. Velocity is positive means definitely should move into positive direction. It should move into positive direction. Therefore, definitely this object should move into that direction. Should move into that direction. But if velocity decreasing with time, that means the object is at positive direction and moving into the positive direction with the deceleration. With the deceleration. With the deceleration. ඒක තේරුණා නේද උස්සන්න? ඒක තේරුණා නේද උස්සන්න? ඒක තේරුණා නේද උස්සන්න? පැහැදිලි නේද උස්සන්න මම කරපු. බලන්න පුතේ දැන් අපි අර විදිහට ඉගෙන ගත්තොත් අපි හරි විදිහට ඉගෙන ගත්තොත් බලන්න කිසිදු අමාරුවකින් තොරව හරිද කිසිම අමාරුවකින් තොරව පුතේ ඔයාලට හරියටම ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් කරගන්න පුළුවන් කොයිද ඔබ්ජෙක්ට් එක තියෙන්නේ හරිම ලේසි මේක හරිම ලේසි හැබැයි හරියට ඉගෙන ගන්න භාගයට ඉගෙන ගත්තොත් කරන්න බෑ මේක භාගයට ඉගෙන ගත්තොත් කරන්න බෑ මම එකයි කියන්නේ graph එකක් දුන්නට පස්සේ අනිවාර්යෙන් ඔයාලට පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ ඔබ්ජෙක්ට් එක කොහෙද ඉන්නේ කියලා අඳින්න හරි You have to have that knowledge. If you are given this kind of information, you should have a ability to draw a graph. And therefore, you can understand the motion. ඔයා මේක තේරුම් ගත්තොත් විතරයි ඔයාලට මේක අඳින්න පුළුවන්. මේක හරියටම තේරුම් ගත්තොත් ඔයාලට කවදාවත් අඳින්න. කවමදාකවත් අඳින්නේ නැහැ. හරි. බලමු අපි දෙවෙනි එක. දෙවෙනි එක බලමු. A2. A2 definitely it is an increasing graph. Today it is increasing graph. Therefore, gradient is positive, and it is a constant. No, the straight line is constant, and it is in positive y path, positive y side. Therefore, displacement also positive, and it has a constant speed. Therefore, velocity is positive. Gradient is positive. As gradient is positive, velocity is positive, and it is a constant velocity. Therefore, this object has a positive constant velocity. Therefore, velocity is positive. And it is a uniform velocity. Uniform velocity. Therefore, if you draw this so this is the positive side. So if you draw this motion puthe, the object displacement is positive. The displacement is positive, therefore this object should be in the positive side. Positive side. Displacement is positive. Now the object, velocity is positive, therefore it should move into the positive direction with a constant speed. A monster. If you got that thing, please raise the hand. තේරෙනවද තුස්සන්? තේරෙනවද තුස්සන්? පුතේ බලන්න දැන් ඕගොල්ලන්ට මේක තේරෙන්න ඕනේ. ඕගොල්ලෝ මේ ටේබල් එක ෆිල් කරාට පස්සේ ST එක ඔක්කොම ඉවරයි. ඔක්කොම දන්නවා ST කවුසල්. ST කවුසල් තියෙන හැම දෙයක්ම වදන්නවා. කොහොමද? ST කව් එකකින් ඔබ්ජෙක්ට් එකක මොෂන් එක වා රිප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න කියලා දන්නවා. ඔබ්ජෙක්ට් එක රිප්‍රසන්ට් වෙච්ච එකෙන් පස්සේ ඒක කොහොමද මේකට කෝරිලේට් වෙන්නේ කියලා දන්නවා. මේ ඔක්කොම ටික දන්නවා. අන්න ඒකයි මෙතඩ් එක. ඒක අපි හරියට මෙතඩ් එක අල්ලගත්තොත් හරිම ලේසි ඉගෙන ගන්න. අපි හරිය මෙතඩ් එක අල්ලගත්තොත් හරිම ලේසි ඉගෙන ගන්න. එහෙම නැත්නම් අර මොකಾದ අර එක අර අලියගේ මේ ෂේප් එක ඉදුවා වගේ තමයි ඉතින් හරියට එන්නේ. හරි. ඒක මම කියන්නේ හරි දේ හරියට තේරුම් ගන්න. The next one. A3. A3. Look at this one. It is very clear. It is very clear. It is an increasing graph. It is an increasing graph. Therefore, gradient is positive. Gradient is positive. And it is a cup shape. 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 Therefore, gradient increasing with time. And now it is in positive y side. Positive y side. This side is positive, and this side is negative. It is in positive y side. As it is in positive y side, displacement is positive. Now, what can I say? Velocity, gradient is positive, puthe. As gradient is positive, velocity is positive. Velocity is positive. And gradient increasing with time. This is with time. That means velocity, it is increasing with time. Increasing with time. If velocity increasing with time, if velocity is increasing with time, then what kind of motion is it? Definitely it is acceleration. If velocity increases with time, that means that is an acceleration. That is an acceleration. Therefore, this is an acceleration. This is an acceleration. If you got that one, please raise that. තේරුණා තුස්සන්. පැහැදිලි කරගන්න. Now I can draw that one. This is my starting point, and this is the positive direction. Now look at this one. Displacement is positive. As displacement is positive, I can locate the object. First, you have to look at that thing. First, you have to look at the displacement. Once you determine the displacement, then you can locate the object first. That is the first thing. The displacement is positive. Therefore, the object should be at positive direction. Then you can consider the velocity. The velocity also positive. That means this object should move into the positive direction. It should be moved in the positive direction with increasing velocity. That means with an acceleration. If you got that thing, please raise the hand. තේරුණා පුස්සන්නේ? හරියට හරි. එහෙනම් ඒ ටික දාගන්න. Okay, Uday. Have finished? Have finished? Hurry, hurry. Okay. Now, here there's a homework. Here there's a homework. Now we have done three shapes, Subhuti. There are remaining 11, no? There are remaining 11 shapes. 11 shapes. So, please analyze those 11 shapes as we did in these three. And then I need your answer sheets. I need your answer sheet. That is mandatory. That is mandatory. I need your answer sheets to check. Okay. So it is better if you can do that. May analyze in a rough paper. In a rough paper means because we have to complete this table. Therefore, don't continue this table, but please do that in a rough paper and send your answers to me. Send your answers to me. That is a mandatory thing. හරි අනිවාර්යෙන් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒක අනිවාර්යෙන්ම බලනවා. Therefore, please do that homework before the next week. Next week එක අපි linear motion කතා කරන්න කලින් අනිවාර්යෙන් මට ඒක ඔතේ. Okay. Do you have any questions regarding to this lesson? Do you have any questions regarding to this lesson? තේරුණාද? lesson එක තේරුණාද උසන්? අවුලක් නැත්නම්? Thank you. Okay, good. Hi. අද අපි එතකොට පුතේ මේ හවස ක්ලාස් එක ගොඩක් වෙලාට ගොඩක් අවශ්‍යයි කියලා කියන්නේ around 7 o'clock වගේ තමයි පටන් ගන්න වෙන්නේ 7:30 වගේ. මොකද මට 25 කට්ටියට පොඩි එක්ස්ට්‍රා ක්ලාස් එකක් දාගන්න වෙලා තියෙනවා කියන්නේ මට. මේ ඊයේ ක්ලාස් එක විශ්ුණා ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ. ඒකත් එක්ක මෙහෙම වුණොත් එimhe මැද සෙෂන් එක මට පොඩ්ඩක් අද මේ සතිය විතර 25 කට්ටියට එලෙවේට් කරලා දෙනවා. හවස ක්ලාස් එක අපි එතකොට around 7:30 පටන් ගන්නවා. That will be force equilibrium. Force equilibrium අපි එතකොට කරන්නේ 7:30 වගේ වෙනකොට. හරි. Okay. Until then, we can complete this lesson today. Everyone, have a good day today. I'm one.